Back on Guntersville. First thing in the morning and the fish are already biting. Oh, there he goes. Getting a little square bill cranking. I don't know how good you can see because it's still pretty early and looks like a bunch of these folks are going to work. Alright. Let me go back down this bank again because I had a couple of bites. There's another one. They biting. See if we can follow it up with a jig and catch him. Shit, if you're just joining, I'm on Guntersville Lake again. I've already caught 2 this morning and had 2 more bites. Caught the first one on a spinnerbait in a culvert. Caught the other one just fishing this riprap with a crankbait. And I just had another bite. I'm trying to see if I can get junk on my bait there. Trying to see if I can follow it up with a jig and catch him, but it didn't happen that way. So we're gonna go back to our crankbait. Like these balsa crankbaits this time of year, they're just big tank. You can just run them through that cover. Not great around the grass, but as far as if you got some wood or some rock, they're pretty good most of the time. So I had a couple of bites on the bank, so I'm gonna turn around and I'm gonna work it again. Fishing the all famous Guntersville riprap. Seeing what comes out. Maybe we'll get another couple of bites react to this crankbait this morning. Was that a fish or was that something else? It might have been a fish. Water temperature has dropped significantly over the last week. We're down back to 58, 59 degrees this morning. It's got some grass there. What I'm doing may only be a low light deal. Once that sun gets up a little bit, this may completely die because this is a really big bait, and I can't really tell how clean this water is just yet. So, but we're not fishing slow. We got it out here and we're burning that thing. Fish keeping it up in the water column, just moving it. And I'm gonna turn around and I'm gonna work this bank one more time. Let's Just a little chartreuse greenback little deal, little Bagley B here. All right, let's turn it around. Make a couple of casts just out here, just. Go back down this bank again, see if we can get another couple of bites. I'll get right up on it because I like to parallel. I feel like a lot of the times you just keep your bait in the strike zone, just kind of get close. Fish are biting, so that's good. We got a little warming trend coming our way. It's supposed to be up to about 70 degrees today. Last week it got down, we had a couple of days it stayed in the 50s. But it's starting to warm back up, so maybe they'll get these fish pushing back up in this shallow stuff. I'm gonna take this out. And I'm gonna turn my light off back there. Give me just a second. Got a good adjustment there. So all I'm doing is just buzzing this crankbait down this bank. Trying to kind of stay close to the bank. If you watched me last week, you saw that you don't want to. You want to hit that bank. You don't want to. A lot of times they'll hit it right when it starts to go. Got some coontail out here. Not these fish that I've caught, they've been right on the bank, they've been just a little bit off. But I was getting some bites. Let's see what happens. Unless these are just retreads, they have a boat ramp right over there, and I'm sure those guys are. I'm sure these are just some released fish. Stay in this area. Using just a 2-to-1 reel. I don't like them real fast. Fiberglass rod, medium action fiberglass rod, and 20-pound fluoro. Just burning this thing down the bank. Probably seen guys do this on the YouTubes hundreds of times. If you've watched any amount of stuff on Guntersville, this is one of the things you do down here where they get. I mean, this is the very back of a pocket, basically. I got some grass on me, yeah. So we just, that one didn't really get close, but I'm still kind of paralleling it, so I'm not getting too far off the bank where I think the strike zone is. Got some grass on there, and And there's grass. When I get down that next pole, I may put the spinnerbait back on and try that again. It's going to be a busy one down here today based on what I saw coming down. Lots of boats. They're still going by. Bass capital of the world, Guntersville is. You know, we just come down here, we're going to catch ourselves a couple. I already put 2 in the boat. One was about 3.5, and the other was about 2.5. So it's already been worth it. Today I'm going to be doing a little bit of looking around. I'm gonna fish some I've never even fished this bank before. I'm gonna fish a bunch of places I've never fished before and just see if I can learn anything new and find some places where there may be some new stuff that may be good. And when I'm doing that, I'm always on the lookout for stuff that's doesn't have to be good now, but it may be good some other time. So I'm always looking for just anything that could be good at any time. This part got a little color to it. We've had some rain. This old grass is good for the fish. For the fish, but it's frustrating fishing. Alright, put the spinnerbait back on, give that another shot down. I like to mix it up this time of year, see if I can find something that one thing works better than the other. This may be better. This is a little bit slower bait, so it may be better for some bigger fish. Those guys in front of me are jigging or something. So this is a 3/4 ounce spinnerbait. Just chartreuse and white. It's got a number 3 Colorado on the front and a 4.5 Indiana on the back. Puts out a little bit more thump than some of those little lease. So that's basically what I'm doing here. See how that goes. These guys I caught a nice one in that culvert earlier, right where they're at. They're kind of camped out there, so I may just, when I get down to them, I may make a move. Plus, it's probably a little noisy for y'all watching. That's just how it goes when you're fishing rip-rap around roads. here's where I caught my first one, or my second one this morning. Or really a little clearer than what I like for a spinnerbait, but crankbait's just getting a little too fouled up for me. Crowd them too bad, so a couple of casts right here because there's a little bit of a weird little grass line out here. All right, move on along. We're gonna go around the corner and see what's over there. Just joining me, I'm on Lake Guntersville. Caught a couple of fish already this morning. Got one on a spinnerbait, one on a crankbait, a couple more hits on the crankbait. We're taking it real good. And I'm just kind of on an exploratory, just kind of having an exploratory day. This little road bed was right next to the boat ramp, so I figured I'd do it before the sun got up. And I'm just going to kind of see what's out there that looks good and fish around and see how it comes out at the end of the day. And I'll try my best to explain why I'm doing what I'm doing and all that stuff. And right now I'm just kind of riding on the edge of a break, just looking at the grass situation on my fish finder, looking at the shore, seeing what kind of shoreline stuff I can see. This time of year fish really gravitate towards hard cover. This lake's got a lot of grass. I don't know if the grass is a little bit more, if the grass is going to be more in use, but I've always found that you fish shallow and you see some little pieces of wood, or you see some rock and stuff like that, or docks. We'll go around. Now there's I'm gonna go around this next little pocket and take a look. There's a little marina over here. We'll see what's going on. It's just I mean, the lake's gonna be busy. I'm seeing all kinds of people putting their boat in already. A lot of guys, they know where they're going. I'm just kind of on an exploratory mission here. So I'm gonna I do know one place I want to try, so I'm going on over there. Over here I have fished before, but I've never caught any fish. This is just a kind of sets up really good because you've got some deep water out here, and then it comes up real tight, and there was some grass on it when I was here last year. That was later in the season. I don't know what it's got on it right now, but we'll give it a shot. See how she goes. That's close enough. Maybe we'll get some staged up fish that want to eat this. I think I'm gonna try the jerk bait. Let me look at the water color. Well, a lot of stuff on the surface in here too, which is kind of the X factor. I think it's clear enough for the jerk. Let's see. Yeah, I'll be all right. Turn my fish finder up just a hair so I can see what I'm doing. All right, right now I'm in 10 foot. I'm gonna cast up pretty shallow, and seeing as how it's Oh yeah, we already got some grass coming up. Let me turn it off here. Already seeing some grass up there, so work down this grass line, see if we get some bites. Mark that little edge just for future reference. Some nice birds out here today, making some little chirping noises. What do I do with my kind of fan cast around because I think it was milfoil that was out here. I'm just going to keep fishing this till it gets too deep. The water temperature is 58 degrees now, and it's been gonna be warm. About 55 degrees, you can pretty much fish any speed you want, I think. Sometimes they want it a little bit slow, sometimes they want different baits, but sometimes they want stuff presented a little bit slower, methodical or whatever. But well, my little grass line went away there, it looks like. Make a little cast here. A little weird little dip coming up here. Looks like kind of place they might stage up. Ooh, what happened there? I like this time of year because you can fish fast and you can cover a lot of water. Get to fish shallow, catch some shallow fish. Already got to do that this morning, so I'm a happy camper. It's got a little weird noise and I can't seem to figure out how to fix it. This is fish are the fattest they'll be all year, so everybody wants to come out here and catch these fat girls while they're getting up shallow and easier to catch. It's a little bit of a drive for me to get down here, but even though this lake is probably the most pressured lake in the U.S. for bass fishing, it's got the habitat to support it. Where I live, it gets a lot of pressure too, but it just doesn't have the habitat. You just feel like everybody's fishing for the same fish all the time. Here, this lake fish is big. You feel like you can go out here and maybe hit some areas that aren't getting completely and totally pounded by the wranglers. This is just a Mega Bass Vision 110 jerkbait. I'll put my sunglasses on now. Oh yeah. Is that a fish or is that grass? I think it's a fish. Can't tell. Oh, whatever. Well, might have been grass because there's milfoil in here, and that milfoil's got a real hardy stem. So let's see if we got some on our bait. No? Oh no, it was a fish. I got a scale. Foul hooked him. Pretty good sized scale. Dang. Well, hey, that means a bite. It did feel like he might have had me either really, really big or he had me down in that grass. Make a few more fan casts this little area right here just a little bit. A little grass line. I was working seam still. I'm gonna mark that too. That's a little end of a grass line. That's a good spot to mark. I mean, that was almost certainly a bass because that's what you don't have a whole lot of fish come up. Could have been a drum, I guess. Come up and hit a bait. And of course, I have caught a 25-pound carp out here this winter. Hit him right in the head with my jerk bait. So it's right on top of the head. Generally, I like to keep the boat moving. When you're fishing grass like this, there's just so many. I see like a weird grass line coming off the backside of the boat, so I'm gonna make a cast. But there's so many little weird things out here you'll see, and you go, oh, I need to make a cast of that. So you don't move as fast as you do when you're just working down the shoreline or something. But just making a bunch of casts. I see if I'm gonna mark that too, because that's a little weird little deal. Drags. So I'm just working this jerkbait around this grass lines. Turn that off there. We'll get our. Make one more cast over there. See what we got. Got a little eelgrass. That's a sure enough line of grass going right there. That's something that I'm gonna actually just keep going down through here and just stay about where I'm at. Keep heading the direction I'm heading, and maybe I can. It's kind of neat because there's some grass lines, and then there's nothing, and then there's another grass line. So it's a neat little place where something could get down in there and hang out. Pop up and feed on something if it wanted to. Like I say, like this may not be great now. Come May, when these fish really get on the post spawn, could be a really, really good place to have marked. Mark the other end of that. Wasn't anywhere near as big as I thought it was on my graph. So, all right, let's get back to what we were doing over here. There's a little thing comes off, and then there's a little trough, and then it comes back up. We're kind of in the middle of that trough right now. Cast this. We'll just see what we can get. Not seeing a lot of grass, but I know there's some up here off this point. Again, a lot of this I'm just all exploratory today. There's always some eelgrass. Sitting in about, ooh, I was casting a whole bunch of it. Sitting in about 6 feet of water right here. Looks like that grass kind of goes by. I mean, like there's another grass line behind us. I'm not seeing anything over here, but behind us there's some stuff. I'll turn around here in a minute and give that a shot, maybe. Depends on what we see coming up here. I think we're gonna see a little, I think we're gonna see some fish, or not some fish, we're gonna see some grass. Yeah, what we got there, we had a little something that looks like potential. Kind of shallow, so I'm just giving my bait a couple of up jerks just to try to keep it up. And then there's some good looking stuff behind me. I'm gonna probe around here just a little bit more. Good high grass. It's kind of coming in towards the bank too, it looks like. So we should have bass, at least in the pre-spawn, and some doing the spawn right now. Get a little Oh, I don't really want to do a whole lot of jerkbait fishing today if I don't have to. I'd rather just, oh, a little something jumping. There he is, I think. Man, not much fight there. It's just kind of wallering. All right, come on, baby. All right, might be a good size one. I don't know what we got. I don't know what we got. Not getting a lot of head shakes or anything. Just kind of wallering down there. Maybe in the grass, I can't tell. That's a decent bass. Decent bass. Got him on the bottom of the chin. That's why he's not doing much. Oh, hold on a second. Okay. I'll turn the boat here. Good, good. There we go. Just swiped at it. Just a swiper. That's a nice one though. Alright. It's good. We're doing some stuff right. That's what that tells us. And cast out through here a little bit. Yes. I had in my mind we had to fish over here, but Got the bite over here. That's where the grass line is, and that's where the bass was. That was number 3 on the day so far. I'll just kind of fan cast around here. That was a weird bite too, man. It just, I guess he just swiped at it and I just popped him in his side and he didn't know what to do. Super healthy fish though. I like fishing the jerkbait this time of year because you can just keep it moving. You can work it over the top of the grass without a whole lot of issues most of the time. Especially the depth of the grass on this lake. This bait just seems to work for it. It's just a good tool. But sometimes you find some. This is never fished here, never caught a fish here. Just purely saw it on the fish finder. I mean, I was looking at some stuff over here that was topographically good for fishing, but sometimes you find something that's not necessarily what you're looking for when you're just out exploring like this. And I like to stop and fish stuff. I'm not one of these guys that idles all day. Some guys really like to idle, just be out there all day long. That is a really good looking grass line, I will say that. And I mean, it's got a good edge on this side of it too, so we're kind of on the inside of it. I'm on the shallow end, working from deep to shallow. Put my sun gloves on. Put on a little. Put my buff up here in just a minute. Just gotta keep the goods looking good. You know what I mean? This does a good job of keeping the sun off the hands. And the buff will do a good job of keeping the sun off the face, off the ears and whatnot. I'll come out of this jacket. I'll go ahead and come out of this jacket. Put my mic back on. Alright. Now then. All right, better. Not making all that noise with my little swishy jacket anymore either. I noticed. Make a couple more casts this direction and then we'll turn back around. And I'm seeing some other grass in this little cut that I didn't see before. But we're getting bites. That's the deal. I'm happy with bites. I'll take 3-pounders all day long, which is, we're in that 2 to 3 pound range on our average so far today. Oh, got some, what we got there? A little, one more cast there. I'm not gonna make it as far. I don't want that bait going quite as deep. Let him come up there and grab it. Maybe we can get one. Maybe we can get one of those grown Guntersville bass to come out here and eat this thing. Doesn't have to be a 9 or 10 pounder. We'll take a 6 or 7. Haven't caught a 7 in a while. This lake is super fun in May and June with the top water. Super fun. They come up and blast that thing. So if y'all see me down here in May or June, get ready. All right, let me turn around here. I see why I didn't see that before, because it was on the other side of the boat. But make a cast right there. I'm seeing some little patch of grass here. Got some of those old cormorants. Just using an 8-pound fluorocarbon. It's light line, especially for this lake and for the size of these fish. So when you get one around this grass or something, you gotta kind of take your time with it. I'm gonna do some other power fishing stuff today too. All right. Kind of right on top of that edge, so I'm gonna make a cast this way and see if it's gonna be a bright and sunny day, that's for sure. Go ahead and buff up my ears here. There we go. Try to can't do much about this big old nose, but I can do something about the ears. Kind of right in the ditch between these two little grass lines right now, it looks like. Oh. All right, still seeing some good looking stuff over there, so let's what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kind of work around this thing. And I'm gonna go back into where it's shallower. And I know there's a little trough in here, and I know there's grass grows in the middle of that trough because I saw it last year. And then we'll do that we'll work our way around. We'll just kind of do this, kind of go over this quick, see if we hit anything else in the head. And I figured out that the grass line was a little bit deeper than I thought it would be out here, so we had to move out just a little bit. Nothing wrong with that. We want to be in position if we can be. Got some good eelgrass on the surface to ruin our day. Not sure what that is. Yeah. The arch nemesis, floating eelgrass. Alright, right in there's where that good grass line was that I saw a little while ago. It was a little solo spot. I'm gonna get one to come up and grab this thing. All right. All right, we're back on our grass line here. We did have a bite right in here earlier, so let's see if we can get another one come out here and grab it real quick. So it's a little bit deeper. I'm sitting in 9 foot here. Like I was saying earlier, we've just had a really coming off of a really big front. And yesterday we had a little bit of a warming trend. Today it's going to be even warmer today. So I'm hoping to kind of activate these fish and get them. Fish are seem to be a little bit more susceptible to cold fronts and stuff in the springtime than they are the rest of the year. So we're gonna just try some stuff. This is just a great time of year to try some stuff. It's, you know, mid-March, fish are active. Got a little line of delicious eelgrass all around me here. Got a bunch of birds moving through today, that's for sure. Seen some cormorants. I don't know what those are. Yeah, those are more cormorants. This just looks like some eelgrass I'm fishing, so not really what we're looking for. I'm gonna move in a little bit, see if I can find some grass and just fish over the top of it, just on the flat. Just, you know, just fan cast around, see what happens. It looks like there's some high spots out there for sure. Love a high spot on some grass. That's where they get. We got a lot of grass on the surface in here though too. Yeah, a lot of eelgrass on the surface. Makes it tough. I'm hoping I can just get a bite before it gets in that stuff. All right. All right, now we're in about 7 feet of water. I'm kind of starting to move up towards the bank a little bit, just kind of looking around, see what I see. My little grass line I was working is pretty much gone, but there's a trough, and we're going to go that direction and see if we can see anything that we need to be fishing. There's a grass line that works out there, pretty good looking one. Works out off that direction. But it looks like it's just eelgrass. Let's kick it up and move up here just a little bit more. Let's see what we see. Not seeing anything in this shallow stuff. Make a few casts out here. Seems like all the grass is out 7-8 feet of water. Well, let's make a little move here. Ooh. Let's keep going in the back of this creek and seeing if we just fishing stuff that looks good. I mean, today's an exploratory day. We're just gonna keep hunting around, seeing what we can find. Going over this little hump right here and just seeing if there's anything good on it. Oh yeah. Got some grass all over the top of it. Drops off and it goes away again. Alright, I'm going to try the same thing we were doing here over on the other side. All right, we're just in the back of a little dead end pocket. Just gonna fish around, see if anything's staging up in here. We'll kind of move through these places pretty fast. I see grass. Not that fast. Well, I'll kind of go across in here and just look around. Seeing some grass growing in here, but seeing some movement in here, so that's good. This one looks like it might have a couple stumps in here too. Just fan cast around. Now it's got a little bit of a steeper bank on this other side, or at least a steeper drop into what looks to be 6 or 8 feet of water. So, but I'm just kind of going over the top of this grass that's out there. Just working this grass. Definitely some stuff out there. I just don't know what. Sometimes it's hard for me to tell what kind of grass it is. It looks like it might be milfoil. I guess I can bury my bait down in it and find out. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, what have we got? What have we got? Ooh. Oh, he's not that big, but it's a fish. He just let me drag him in too. Not that big. We'll take her. There we go. Number 4 on the day, I think. Let's see if I can not hook myself. Number 4 on the day on the little jerk bait, fishing over that grass. A nice color to her. All right. keep doing what we're doing. We're getting bites. That's what I say. If you're getting bites, keep doing what you're doing. We're up here pretty shallow too. We're in about 4 feet of water now. And what do we, it looks like it's just eelgrass. As far as I can tell anyway. Not gonna cast quite as far out there. I got grass growing on both sides of me now, but the stuff that looks better is on this side. Fish are just hitting this thing and just kind of sitting there. They're not really giving me a good fight. Of course, it may just be because they're not of repute. Right over here near the runway, apparently, because I keep having planes fly right over my head. Oh well. We'll turn around, just work it this way just a little bit. We have a little bit of a break. Looks like we might have a little bit of wood up on the bank over there. That's probably hydrilla I'm getting in on this side. Yep. No, it's coontail. But I'm still seeing some good looking stuff over here too. So I think I like this side a little better. Just get a little depth. Get 1 or 2 bites everywhere we go today, we'll be in good shape. I mean, it's still early. It's only about 8 o'clock here, looks like. No, it's 9 o'clock, okay. Oh, that's why that's not, let me fix this. There we go. All right, 9 o'clock. Now we got the right. We're on Eastern Standard, even though we're in Alabama. I'm living on the Eastern Standard Time here. right. Where I'm sitting right here, I see 9 other boats. This is a crazy lake, man, but it doesn't feel like they're on top of me. That's what's weird to me is that you got all this pressure, but it doesn't really feel like it here. I mean, I'm sure you're getting some of these higher profile spots. Good looking little grass line I'm working. I mean, it's good little grass line though. So let's work down through here. Now, there goes the coots. All right, the coots have spoken. It's time to go. If you're just joining me, I've caught 4 fish today. 2 on a jerkbait, 1 on a spinnerbait, 1 on a crankbait. I'm focusing on these pre-spawn staging areas. Got a little grass on them. First fish I caught this morning were on a road bed. But let's just gonna mess around and run a little bank right now. Get a little water here. Gotta stay high. I'm going to do something that works for me on other lakes this time of year. I'm just gonna burn a crankbait around. The water's a little clearer than what I normally like to do for that, but we're gonna give it a shot. Just fish what's in front of us. See how many pounds of grass we can get out. Ooh. And if the depth's right, like this seems to be, I like fishing seawalls. This is not a very Guntersville thing to do, but hey, we'll give it a try. Well, come on. This might be why. Yo, grass is gonna make this tough. Morning. this isn't going to work. So I'm just going to pick my jig up a little bit here and just dab around and see what we can do with that. All kinds of eelgrass in here. It's just making it too tough to do just about anything else. Yeah, you yank it off of there. You gotta yank it off there just about every cast there, huh? Deeper. Alright, the amount of eelgrass over here is not appealing to me. I'm gonna cross over. Actually, yeah. I'm gonna cross over where it's a little sunnier. See if there's less eelgrass over there. I like sunnier banks over shaded banks most of the time this time of year. See some weird stuff out here. What's the water depth? I'm gonna throw my jerk bait on it. Morning, Paul. The water temperature is 58 degrees right now. A couple weeks ago we were up to almost 70 in some places, and we just had a big cold front, and really knocked it down. We got a little warming trend today. Actually, it started yesterday. We got a couple of days of warming trend, so I'm hoping that will that'll get these fish back in the mood to get shallow. I mean, I don't think they really went anywhere, but sometimes they just slow down a little bit. But I did catch a couple of fish this morning right up on the bank. So we'll just fish around, see what's happening. This is pretty much an exploratory day for me, just looking at stuff I've never really looked at before. This is a shallow pocket over here. Just trying to see if I can get, just saw a little point that came out here, so. Trying to see if there's anything going on with that. Once that water temperature hits about 55 degrees, I just start fishing fast. I don't mess around at that point. I just get out there and go. And actually right now I'm gonna go to the bank. We'll go to the bank and fish whatever makes sense. So I see, may fish my crankbait around, may throw a spinnerbait. Just whatever makes sense. Later today, I'm probably going to try some stuff that's a little bit more traditional pre-spawn. I've got some places up the river that I want to look at that I've never been to that are supposed to be some good grass lines right off the river. Check that out, see if anything's, just kind of see what's shaking. See my crankbait. And if I start seeing some hard cover where I feel like I'm gonna put a little worm and pitch it around that hard cover. Let me get right up on the bank here. No eel here, doesn't look like it's good. Over there, chock full of it. Of course, I liked the looks of that bank a little better. And I mean, I'm gonna be moving this thing. I mean, I'm not fishing slow. I just went through some stuff. We got a little bit of dirty water back in the back of this pocket, so it's a good lure for that. You can just, looks like we got a little, I mean, it's dirt. I mean, it's dirt shallow back here too, which is what I like. Give me some dirt shallow. Throw around some of this little, it's like some hyacinth looking stuff. High looking stuff growing back here. Excuse me. This time of year, you never know where fish are going to be, so I just like to make lots and lots of casts. Yeah. something jumping out there. Back to the game plan. Got some stuff growing out here in the middle too, so I'm gonna cast at some of that. Just keeping the bait wet, covering water, trying to see if we can get something to react to this little crankbait. So far, not many takers on that. Had 3 hits on it this morning, got one of them, it was about a 2.5 pounder. That was before I even went live because it was still a little too dark for anybody to see what I was doing. That's how it works, I guess. Oh, no bites. Really seeing much hard cover in here. Some of this floating type stuff that's starting to grow. Got a dock or two. Sometimes that kind of stuff. Sometimes the dock will, if there's nothing else, they'll be on it. Not for me, but for somebody there might be. I mean, I'll go all the way in the back of these pockets. You never know what you, might have been a bite right there. Might have been something else, I don't know. Nah. I think most of these fish are still kind of on the, they're not committed yet. Water temperature's not stable. Ooh. Once you start getting that consistent 60 to 70 degree water temperature, I feel like that's when it starts really going. I thought we were there a couple weeks ago, but and we had a cold front. There he is. All right, the little guy in the back of this pocket. Right off the edge of that hyacinth looking stuff. There we go, it's a little guy. Good color. Put him back, put him back. Little piece of wood here. If I don't get a bite, I'm gonna get fouled up. Yeah, fouled up, coming at me. Well, makes me feel a little bit better about what I'm doing. A little bit better. It'll stay the course. This is stay the course for a little while in the back of this pocket anyway. We got some cattail looking stuff back in there. I need to fish all this. I was going to bypass it, but you know, you got this. Pretty shallow. Pretty shallow. Got some turtles coming out. That's a good sign. Stuff's waking up. I have to tune this thing. Try that again. That's fine. Once you get these little standalone spots like this, you can catch a good fish off of them. Not today, of course, but sometimes. Getting a little bottom there. Morning, HCB Chemistry. How are you today? We're back on Guntersville, fishing some shallow cover. Just ripping this crankbait around, trying to react, get some fish to react. So far we've had a few bites. My deflect technique did not deflect. Ooh, it's shallow in here. Ultra shallow. Got a little bit of wood coming up, so I'm gonna see if there's anything hanging out on that when we get up there. Oh no, okay, there it goes, it came loose. Came loose. Got a little too close to that piling there, and well, then my next cast was complete garbage. Get some. Oh, there we go. There we go. Ah, hit that corner. Get by this and get this one off. I'll check my line here in a few minutes. We'll bump the dock a little bit there. Crap out of it. That might have been a good fish right there too. Kicked up some mud. Seems to be the thing, getting bites, but getting bites, but not hooking up all the time today. That's seems to be a theme. These fish get pounded all year, every year, so I'm just doing something a little different. I don't see anybody up in here throwing crankbaits. That's probably why, because they're not going, they're just swiping at it. There we go. Making some good looking casts, just nothing coming out and showing itself. We are in primo fat square bill time of year too. Get my backlash out. I'm gonna skip around these. No bite. No bites. Where they at? Where the bass at? A little piece of wood right there. Oh. Oh, what's going on with my bait now? That bill didn't get knocked out, did it? Yep. Oh, I gotta change baits. These old balsa baits are a little bit tricky, and I knocked the bill loose on this one. Sorry though, I got a box of them. We'll find one that works. I'll go with my old faithful here. This one's an old black and chartreuse, just kind of faded out to where it's a little pale now. Oh, and I have caught some fish on that thing. Caught a 5.9 on it last week. Oh yeah, it's got a whole different kick to it than that. Alright, we're going to kick it up a notch, kind of zip around this. Just keeping it moving, just checking around. We'll get back around here where it looks like we got a little bit, got another little pocket. Not much around this point here, just this little bare bank pretty much. Got a little piece of wood right there. Love some wood in the spring. Ooh. Right on the bank. Not seeing a whole lot of life up real shallow today yet, but we're gonna keep trying it. See what we got in this next little pocket. Ooh. Got some more of that hyacinth up in here. We'll slow down and make a few casts around that. I'm gonna grab a little swim jig up. Back cast. Okay. Here a little. I think I'm gonna try a little swim jig through some of this stuff. That's a little too weedish for treble hook baits. Oh. Straighten my motor out because that'll make boat position a little easier. All right, back at it. Oop, turn the trolling motor down. This is just I think this is a 1/4 ounce swim jig, and since we're at Guntersville, this is a Scottsboro tackle. Okay. No, I can't keep the eelgrass off of it either. wanted to go, but it worked. Alright, zipping around this dock with all the wire around it. I'll still make a little pitch or two here and there just to fishing dirt shallow. Water temperature's inching up. We're at almost 59 now. Getting warmer. Got a little floating vegetation here. No fish to go with it. Just gonna kind of work down this seawall, and I like seawalls for some reason. Something right there too. Some little stakes in the water. Nothing. Alright, I'm going to crank this up real quick and ease this a little bit further in the back of this pocket. I see something that I think appeals to me. We'll see if it appeals to the fish. Let me get all my sticks on the line here. All right. I'm not even gonna pick the trolling. I'm just gonna go a little slow with this. There's a little riprap in the back of this thing. This morning, I was on another stretch of riprap and caught some fish. So I'm gonna go all the way in the back of this thing. I don't know if it is. Here. Probably don't need fast. In like 2.5 right here. But grungy looking sailboats back in here. There's a couple of nice ones, but most of them appear to be past their prime. A few folks parked over there. I don't know what that is, if they got a little what they got going on, but we're gonna go up against this. I like places like this. It's just a dead end, and if they're in here and they decide this is just one of those types of things where they get in, they decide, all right, this is it, this is the jam. So, and somewhere there ought to be a little culvert because there's water on the other side. I don't know where that culvert is. Now we're looking on her power. Let's plug her up. I appreciate everybody joining in today. I'm gonna start off with my crankbait. Oh, maybe not. I might have to use a swim jig through here. I'm gonna start off with the swim jig, and if I can fit the crankbait in, I will. All right. Hoping there wouldn't be all this growth right off the way out here, but just do what you can. Seeing some activity, I'm actually going to get right up against it, kind of parallel it. I can see where the definitely some bait around this stuff. It's real dirty in here too. kind of pitching in these holes, pitching on the outside and then also pitching in the holes. It's real muddy. That water's real muddy coming out of this thing. Probably need to be doing a chatterbait instead of this, but whatever. Fish can see it. Try my spinnerbait. Or it's got some dirtiness to it. Oh, not where we wanted to go, but there he was. Little guy grabbed it. I guess it was a little guy, who knows. All right. Put a little spinner bait back on here. Make a couple of casts around this stuff. This is a spinnerbait time of year, and this is spinnerbait conditions. We got some muddy water right here coming out of this culvert. Got a little bit of vegetation in here. Make my little short pitches that I like to make. Couple little pods of some of this hyacinth growing around it, or whatever this is, growing around here. Pitch that spinnerbait around there. Let's all this stuff just looks so good. Some fish around these little isolated clumps, just waiting to slam that thing. Oh, help. Okay. Got a couple more little isolated clumps up here. We're going to make some casts on those and then we're out. Awful. All right, making moves. See what we got now. Oh, let's sit up there somewhere. Let's see what we got next. a couple little bites of cracker here. Alright, this is a little spot I wanted to try earlier. But there was a boat sitting there. All right, take a little time to make a little run. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got in this little cut. I'm not seeing any grass, and that's not good. I'm just checking these little cuts going into these pockets. Must not be any fishing here since there's not a boat here. The geese do not approve. No grass, huh? Cut across this thing, see if there's a grass line anywhere in here. There's another little point that comes out. Couple of points that come out. Grass right in the middle of this thing. All right. Like the dreaded eel grass. Fish it as we drift. Ooh. That wind is blowing the exact opposite of what it's supposed to be doing. It's supposed to be coming south-southwest, and it's blowing the northeast. Love it. Oh, there he is. Got one. Got one. Doesn't feel very big, but ooh, actually it's kind of hard to tell. Let me just put ye old spot lock on there. It's not really pulling, they're just kind of, oh, there he goes. Saw the boat and he decided he wanted to do something. Pretty decent fish, actually, I think. Oh yeah, really nice fish. Oh, probably a 4. Maybe a little bigger. We'll get a weight on her here in just a second. Oh yeah. Got a bucket mouth on her, that's for sure. There we go. Finally got a nice one. Got a nice one. Let's get a quick weight and we'll put her back. Get these rods out of the way. $4.9, a little over 4.5. That's a good one. All right, a bunch of these guys would love to have her right now. Put all our stuff back where it goes. There we go, a little jerk. Nice jerk bait fish. Got my hook and my rope. There we go. Nice jerkbait fish. What's over there? I don't know. I'm just covering water. I'm just throwing it out there and... All right. Well, I'm gonna get this in and then I'm gonna turn around here. There is a point out there. So, but that's a good one. That's the biggest one I've caught today. Making a long cast across this point that I'm coming up on. I gotta move myself out a little bit so I don't get right up on top of it. I didn't think that fish was that big. Making a long cast, covering across that point. Wasn't hooked great, but we got her. There's another one. There's another one. Okay. There is another one. This one's not quite as big, but it's still a nice one. Getting some bites. We'll take some bites. Oh, nope, we need spot lock. Probably 2.5. Nice fish. All right. Well, we're on to something. Sit here for a second and fan cast around and see if we can get another one or two there. May have to reposition and go over this little spot again. That's good though. Good, we're getting some bites. Make a big old long cast out there and get that thing down. So I have never fished here before, and what do I look for? Well, this is kind of a little bay, and I figure that the fish want to spawn, so they got to be somewhere between the deep section of this bay and that shallow water. And we got 2 points on each end. I didn't really fish that one at all. That one didn't look as prevalent as what I'm fishing now. This is a little bit more of a traditional. I think I got some grass on the bait. This is a little bit more of a traditional style. Oh no, my bait just got fouled. Traditional style point. I got some good looking grass right out in here too. Let's make some more casts out here. So I decided, well, I stopped on that side because it had a little bit more slope on it, and tried to find some grass, but I didn't see any grass, so I drifted across the bay, and there's some grass actually out in the middle of the bay. And then when I hit this point is when I got the bite. So yeah, this time of year, points are great places to catch bass. Last week, most of the fish I caught were on points too. Just springtime of the year, they get on them. Well, I guess like I was about to do the last time before I caught a fish, kind of position my boat out just a little bit deeper, so I'm not drifting right. And this is a big point, and it looks like it's got some grass on it, so it's what they call textbook. And we got the right water temperature for this bait. Water temperature is getting up to about 59 now, and I'm not fishing it slow. These fish are moving up and they're ready to. They're either moving up and they're ready, or they've already done it and they're moving back out. We had a good week or 2 weeks of really warm weather, and I think that might have sent some of them up to the bank a little early. I'll wear my forearm out if I have to do this all day. I do know that. I would much rather, right now I would much rather fish a crankbait or a spinnerbait or something in some dingy water than do this. This water's pretty good for a jerkbait too. It's not super clear, but it's definitely clear enough. we come back over the edge of this thing, I may spot lock and make a few casts going from this direction, casting across it from the opposite direction of the way I'm fishing it right now. 2 fish, that's a school. And I probably could. Yeah, there's fish. There's fish underneath me. I let myself drift over about a 7-foot depth range, which is a really good depth range to be fishing. So I should have pushed out even further, but I didn't know how far out this point went. Sometimes the graphs don't do the best job of telling you. They do a really good job, but they don't always do the best job. All right, kind of over that grass. I'm gonna spot lock here for a minute, and I'm gonna make some casts out in that direction because I want to try a little bit deeper range where there's some grass on it. Ooh, all right. All right, let's see what we got. Make some. That wasn't quite as far as I wanted to cast, but when I get this one in, I'm gonna check my knot real quick because I've caught a few fish on this and I probably need to retie. Let's just go ahead and do that. Actually feels pretty good. Yeah, I see a few abrasions there. We can, if you think you need to retie, just retie. Better to do that than have a bait break off in these mega bass jerk baits are not cheap. So just go ahead and knock it out, you know. Oh. All right, let's try again. I messed up. All right. I'm tying onto a split ring. Never ever tie where the split is. How's that? Pretty tight. Thing looks pretty tight. All right, let's get it back out there. Right out in there, I think is where I caught those fish. Fan cast around, see what's shaking. You know, fish and grass are a lot of times they don't get all in one place. They'll just spread out all over it, so they're not real. You never know where you're going to get a bite when you're in grass. But my experience has told me it's usually where there's a point, or if you have a gap where there's nothing. Those are some good places to, if you got like a road bed or something with some grass around it, fish around that kind of stuff. Those are sweet spots. I'm gonna make another cast out here because I just edges and points. And high spots. They really like I like high spots. Out here, and then we'll start our drift over. Sorry it's so noisy here. I'm next to the airport. The municipal, I don't know what it's called. It's a municipal airport in Guntersville. All right. We're just gonna keep on drifting. Cast back over here. We're off the edge of this point. Just keep working that area. When I get off of this point, I'm going over another dip. There's a bay. So far it's paid off. We got a couple of bites. Can't complain with the results, right? Ooh, that's a little too, troller's a little hot there. Oh, there's so much grass in this lake. Just makes for great habitat for bass. They do a really good job of managing the fish. Seeing my grass over here on the deep side again, so oh, this wind trickery. This wind blew the exact opposite of the way I was hoping it was going to be blowing today. And I looked it up and it said it was going to be coming out of the south, but it is absolutely coming out of the north. That's going to keep us cooler longer, which we don't really want. We want this water to warm up. And it's kind of wrecking the plan I had on where I wanted to fish today. All of this should be relatively, if the wind was blowing the other direction, all this would be relatively calm. It's a little choppy. Now choppy doesn't necessarily hurt fishing, but just makes boat control a little tougher. Throw back on this point. I don't really see anything on this other side yet. Yeah, starting to see a little bit now. All right. We got the regatta coming out. There's at least 3 sailboats rolling this way. They look to be on their engine power, not their wind power, since they're heading straight into the wind. Go back across this point because I like the way it looks. Make a long cast, get my bait down there. And we caught 2 fish there, so there's probably another one there to be had. Big old long cast. I'm out off the end of it a little bit better this time, so maybe that'll help. Oh, there he is. Oh, jacked it. That fish nailed it. Nailed it on the paws. Took a little quick line too. Not a bad one. Pretty good one. So gonna wallow in. They're not fighting much today. They just kind of give you a couple of seconds of it, and then they're done. All right, let's see. Got a big old shad in its throat, it looks like. All right, let me get a little bit better hold of you now. There we go. Got a little, some kind of fish in his throat. All right, there we go. Little 2.5-er. Well, that was fun. Let's throw it back out there, see if we can do it again. That fish hit it on the paws. Maybe I'm moving too fast. Who knows? Give it a little longer pause between jerking it. Big old nice dark fish. That was a grass bass all day. Got that dark green on her. See the regatta going by out there in front of me. Sure they're gonna have a good old time today. Well, that's 3 fish off this point. That's a pretty good point if you ask me. And I'm not done with it. I'm gonna keep working it a little bit better. Keep working it. Why not? I'm here. Why leave fish to go find fish? That's the whole point, right? Okay. Thought that fish was going to be bigger than that the way she slammed it though. I mean, it was a mighty boosh. One more cast for this. About it. I'm sitting here and I'm just kind of fan casting around. I'm about to a little bit. I'm gonna move up a little bit. Just sometimes what appears to be relatively the same cast, but you just had a little bit different angle on that strike. It's kind of neat that way. When they're ready to do their thing. we'll spot lock it right here for a second. Actually, let's do it right here. There we go. Make a few more casts up on this point. Seem to have a little bit better boat position than I had when I was coming across it. I can actually see the edge of the grass. I couldn't when I went across the first time. Grass or something on my side. Oh yeah, I wouldn't get all tangled up on it. Like, man, I think it didn't feel right. Ooh. Yeah, it looks like we need to retie again. It kind of messed my line up a little bit. Guess those guys wanted my spot. Not going to. There we go. Get it cinched down pretty. back out there. See if we can get another bite. Sorry for the delay. All right. And got the coots. Oh, coot. Oh, that puts a big wrinkle in my plans that I wanted to fish today. So, hey, I guess another one hit it. Fish feels small. Well, see. Oh, hey now. Play. It's not, but it's not bad. There he is. All right. Hey. That fish hit it on the paws. Figuring it out, the paws a little longer. Fish was kind of out on the end of the cat. Let me look at this. I'm gonna look. See if we get a little bit more of this around. This is one of the more prevalent ones, and there's another one. Let me get this way with it. Yeah, this is probably one of the better. This. A long ass skitter. That was the fourth fish on this point. So they are definitely on this point. They seem, when I've got it paused, dropping it by them. we just get pause. We're still gonna rip it, but we're gonna pause it a little longer. How we doing? All right. Oop, I closed the boat bail. I didn't open it. There we go. Making a little cast, just working it down. Getting a few quick pops to get down. Kind of work it. Be time to move them. Hearing all the boats cranking up, making their moves. All right, move on. Zoom back down. Just move on around. Get another angle and try it again. Our little mega bass jerkin bait here. The gunnels of this boat are kind of low, so I'm using a 6/8 jerk bait. It's a medium action. It's called a gay. They quit making these a couple years ago, and now they're doing a version 2. But I don't really like the handle on the version 2 as much as I like the handle on this one. So if you're listening, Daiwa, change the handle back to the way it was. They added a little piece of cork on this bottom grip, and it's going to be a big bump. I've also got a Mega Bass Arachi spinning reel that's really, really awesome for the smaller jerk baits. What I've got. This one's just paired with a Spheros 4000. It's a saltwater sealed reel because I go down to Florida sometimes. So this reel serves double duty for me. Use it in the fresh or the salt. I like 4000 series because they manage line better. Or 3000. I just don't think I think they have a little bit more problem with the. I need to ask my buddy about that. He was overfilling the spools, and I told him about it, and I'm curious if that fixes. He was getting like really bad wind knots. There's a little line on these Shimano reels that tell you where to fill to, and you'll get good casting if you do that, and if you go over it, you're gonna risk some really, I don't know why more gives you line problems, but all you gotta do is just go to the line, and then you're good. You go over the line, you have problems with wind knots and stuff like that. So if you're using a spinning reel, especially if you're using like straight mono or fluoro, 4000 series reel, I wouldn't use more than 2 line ever, and then don't fill it past the line on the spool. That's my 2 cents right there. Cat's working there. No. I'm about to work my way around. No. What do you think? Where I've already caught fish, or go try to find some new stuff? What do y'all think about that? Could result in a long boat ride though. I'll reposition, let's reposition again here. It's crazy sometimes how now just a little bit of boat position can get you some bites that you might not have otherwise got. Yeah, I'm going this way. I'm gonna go on this side here. Pretty day. That's a little cool for my likings. Maybe it'll warm up this afternoon a little bit. Our temperature's ticking up, but it's still in the 50s, 59 degrees. According to my long cast, get that thing working down. I'm gonna reel it when I get done with this cast. I'm gonna go around, I'm gonna go a little bit shallow and position the boat, and I'm gonna fish it a little bit. I'm gonna cast deep and shallow. Just try a little something different. You know, unless I get a 6 or 8 pounder right here. It could happen. All right. Let's move it on around here. Oh, we'll fish. We'll just kind of make a few casts while we're working our way around here. Right in here somewhere is where I caught that biggest fish, was right up in here. around it. I got bass boats on both sides of me. And my bait's fouled. Let me get this reel fixed. Little shad jumping around. Jumping around. Jumping around. Eelgrass? No, that's milfoil. No wonder there's some fish in there. No wonder we got a few fish in here. Got some milfoil. The wind's starting to lay down a little bit, so that's good. It's laid down just right. Of course, it might just be because I'm behind this island. Digging a little bit of algae there. Made us 3 casts and he's off. I think I'll cast right over a little pot of eelgrass there. Got the coots. Coots are surrounding me. Okay. See how shallow this gets up on top. Oh yeah, a little. Got a little piece of wood over here. I don't know where we're going. I'm gonna feel it out. Go way up. There's another creek up the river. Just a little ways. Try that. Stick with the grass. Find some more stuff like what I'm fishing here. Is a pretty good. I guess stay in this creek. Ooh, super shallow right here. All right, got a little more milfoil here. Milfurl, as they say around here, that old milfurl. Yeah, we got some milfoil. That's what we got. That's what's holding these fish. Interior grass, I feel like the hydro fish. That milfoil, pretty good grass. Let's see my spinnerbait here. How's that look? Pretty gaudy. We'll give it a shot anyway. This piece of wood sitting here. Springtime of the year, fish it. Always make a cast on them. That's no bites, but we tried. All right. Throw it out here one time and slow ride them. Actually, I'm just gonna. that's enough of this. Let's get the move on it. Where to go? That's the $1,000,000 question. Let me look at my map. When I get set down, I'll look at my map real quick. Make a quick call on that. All right. I'll put my jacket on because it's a little cool when I'm running. It's like that movie, Cool Runnings. All right, jacket on. And I'm not going very fast. Sometimes if you're going fast, it's better because you get there quicker. I'm gonna look at my map for a minute. Yep. All right, let's make a run. We got a little ways to go, but hopefully it's not blown out when we get there. Good little eelgrass there. A little patch of eelgrass there, and it blew my prop out. All right, pretty good little couple. I mean, I'm looking down through here where I want to fish on just about this places. It's kind of wild. We're just kind of easing up on a point here. Sometimes when you're doing stuff, you just gotta get in line. That's what I'm doing right now. I don't like it. I guess all these other guys had the same idea as me. Which, you know, this over here looks like it might be a little bit better for hitting the bank too. We'll give it a fair shake. It's gonna kind of, ooh, is that bad? That's not a bass following line, that was just some grass. We're going to give it a fair shake. We do have grass out here, so that's good. We're just gonna keep the boat moving. It out here. This looks like eelgrass though, which is not ideal, but I'm gonna turn around. At least for a second. I'll go the other direction. I don't really want to go into that creek. I'm gonna go into this creek or this little bay. I had a little bite there. No, but I did hit a little, what looks to be some it looks like coontail. This is with some grass on it. It's got a couple of bays on either side of it. I'm gonna work on this point, and then I'm gonna work around into one of the bays and just see if there's some fish off the side of it. I'm not gonna spend a whole lot of time in here, I don't think. Unless we fish like we got. Is he still on? Yeah, he's still on. That fish not slacking it. Hopefully it's a big old giant. Not a giant, but it's a good one. Not a giant, but it's a good one. Yeah. Oh, average tournament fish around here. Hey, that fish got a head. All right, there we go. Put her back. Let's go. Ooh, my line is so twisted. I'm gonna have to do something about that on my next move. I'll cut it off and let it untwist behind. Never fished here before, folks. This is what I'm doing today. I'm just pulling up on stuff that looks good and seeing if there's fish there, and we're catching fish. Fishing's easy. Could be the luck, could be me. That could be good. It's probably mostly me. I'll give the lake a little credit for having some good fish in it to begin with. That's cool that you can just pull up. You can just pull up on a spot, having never fished it, and catch a nice fish. Got a little coon tail down there. But that fish just whacked it. I was working it, and then all of a sudden there was nothing there. Guess she came up and grabbed it. Sitting in 9 feet of water, casting up over this grass flat. Got a little breeze out here. It's a nice day. It's starting to turn into a really nice day now that it's about lunchtime. All right, we're not gonna just I got one right off, kind of off the end of it here. Try a little spot lock right here. It does. This will give me a good couple of angles here to cast at. Just a big flat point with some grass on it. Hit a little grass there. There we go. Got some coon tail on it, which don't want to come off my hooks. Okay. Don't need to make quite as long a cast, I don't think. grass. Yep, definitely some grass. We're just gonna kind of ease the boat on around here. Keep moving out until I quit seeing grass, and then I'll turn it. It's a little flat, grassy point. Good place for these bass just to hang out. Wait for it to get right. Just feed up and wait for it to get right. Go up to the bank and on. Get bounced around a little bit more right here. Really? Jerk baiting on Guntersville. Here we go. We'll get another one. Crush this jerk bait a little bit. I'm just kind of staying off the edge of this thing, but I mean, there's grass way up on there. There could be way up on top of that flat. grasses. We're getting up here a little shallower. And it's, let me see what's, like a cast right there. That's kind of the direction it's going into the back of this little pocket here. We'll turn around and probably too long. I'm probably gonna be getting all kinds of there he is. Ooh, ooh. Hit it pretty good. Can't tell what we got yet because it's, I think he had me in that grass, but it could be, oh, that's a decent one. Decent one. All right. Oh. Oh. Decent little fish. Needs water. On a, I'll get bounced out of the boat. All right. This one, good color. Gold bass. Came out there and popped it pretty good. Tournament winner or anything, but it was fun. Cast right in that same area. More gray than some of them. She just came up a little bit. Wasn't like pale white like you see the ones that are in deep water. right off the end of that thing now. Let's make a cast that way and see if there's anything working down that point. This is a wild lake, man. People just coming and going and coming and going. No bites. I've had 2 off this point, 2 deep. Get all that crap off there. And still got a little bit on my nose there. If you're just joining me, I'm using a Megabass Vision 110. It's like a, it's called the Pro Blue color. It's just a 8-pound line, just jerking it over some of this coontail. I think I've caught 10 bass this morning. Around some grass. Biggest bass today was 4.9. It's caught on the jerk bait off of a grassy point similar to what we're fishing here. I think the other grass or the other point had milfoil on it, and this one's got coontail. Some of these guys, some of these pros and stuff will tell you that that the bass prefer one thing or the other. I don't think that's necessarily true. I know I prefer one thing or the other, but I think, ooh, I got a scale in my hook. I think that they use what's available to them. And they might, like coontail and high driller are quite a bit easier to fish than some of the other stuff. Milfoil gets on anything with a treble hook, eelgrass, floats. I mean, that's pretty easy to fish, but the fish, I don't think the fish like the eelgrass as much because it just kind of grows off the bottom and doesn't really have places for the fish to hide so much. Got some redbuds blooming. Dogwoods will be next in a couple of weeks, maybe, or in a week. I don't know. I don't know how much longer it's going to take for them, but when the dogwoods bloom, that's when the bass are bedding. That's what I've always heard. There you go. Alright, I'm about to leave myself here. That guy that was in front of me is about to leave. I'm about to do the same thing. Oh, there are boats all over up there. I may know. It's almost lunchtime, folks. Something will go. Kind of just see how far up this grass goes, and then I think we're gonna get out of here. It's got a good depth. I mean, it's at a good depth. There's definitely a sweet spot out there. All right. everybody else is, so why don't we do it too? I'm gonna cut this bait off of there and let this line untwist behind the boat on this next run. Yeah, just hang it right there. Pick up the trolling motor. Oh no. There we go. Just letting some of this help. That should be good. I'm gonna let this line run off behind the boat. Yeah, it looks pretty good for the jerk bait. We're gonna fish it. We're just gonna fish a bunch of grass lines out here. Looks, oh, I gotta tie it back on, don't I? Just untie it so I can get some of that slack or some of that twist out of my line. All right, let's see where we're at here. Got a little hydrilla down there. A little hydrilla gorilla. Just stick with my playbook. I'm working this. This is just another little flat out here. Actually, I'm not sure if there's any grass on this one. I can see some a little bit out there. Sitting at about, say, 8 or 9 feet of water, throwing up shallower. I'm about to come to a little inlet going towards the bank. See if there's anything hanging out in that inlet. Just a little bit so I can see a little better what I'm doing here. There's a little weird grass line out there. I'm not sure what that is, but all right, now I'm up around that inlet, so time to get serious. Right in through here somewhere is where I would expect to catch fish. If there's any grass in here to hold one. Getting a little bit deeper on us here. Definitely a busy day out here on the Tennessee River. Sometimes these fish will get in these little ditches. Doesn't look like that. Some shad activity out there. That's good. Just kind of drifting into this bay. Keep them boat in about 10 feet of water. got some grass. Let's see what we got down there. Coontail, hooray. That's what I like. That's my favorite grass because it's native and the fish seem to like it. Produces oxygen. My goodness, there's just non-stop boats. Alright, I'm going to turn a little bit now. We just need a big one. We just need to come up here and just sock it. Just sock it. There he is. Speaking of that, that doesn't feel like a bass. That feels like a white bass. Nope, it's a little bass. Just a little guy. Got a little grass with it. Got a little salad, as they say. It's a bite. There is fish out here. Alright. Kind of hit it right under the boat too. I'm in here a little closer. As per usual, I let myself get closer than I need to. The way that thing was wagging, it felt like a white bass. I think that was number 11 on the day. Pretty decent day for a place, for every place I fish except for one I've never fished before. Whip it on out there. I will fish some stuff that I fished before on the way in. But for right now, we're just jerking around out here on these grass ledges, catching some coontail. Seeing what pops up. Must be a hot spot because there's a bunch of people fishing down through here. Alright. didn't feel right. Something not right there. Now we got some grass. Going right down the gut of this little ditch. But did I get a bite? No. They were there on the upstream side. Who knows? I want them a little. Alright, we tried a little ditch there and didn't got us nowhere. One little bank runner. We got lots. I think. Got a little loon working. Oh, there he goes. He went down. Didn't hit my jerk bait. bite right there. I'll throw it back in there and see if we can. It was a bite, it was a weird one. All right. Oh, come on. Now, when I get done with this little spot, I'm gonna get a little bite to eat. Getting about lunchtime. a little lunch, and we'll drive to this place. Done with this knot. Get my cold biscuit out and start heading us across the lake. now for something completely different. All right. Well, if you're still with me, I appreciate it. We'll keep. Let me see how this. I'm gonna keep plugging away with these big old fat belly crankbaits here. I mean, fish around some of this cover, see if anything comes up and whacks it. Water's probably a little too clear for it, but we'll. Who cares? We'll give it a shot. See if we can just make one react. Water temperature 60 degrees in here. Where'd he go? Oh, is he out? Might have to put the little Z1 on. This is a little bit overkill, I think, for this watercolor. Yep, I'm gonna go to a little bit smaller model here with a little bit different color, I feel like. I feel like that's what I'm gonna need to get a bite, so that's what we're doing. Just a little mega bass. Uh-oh. Crankbait, little bitty square bill. Normally this time of year, water is dingy and you can fish some bigger stuff, but the water is not that dingy right now. So, still using 20-pound line, still using my same rod and reel setup. But speaking of that, there he is. Little bite. All right. Made a little change, got a bite. Throwing her, just blind casting this little bay. All right, now then. Now, we got some fish doing some stuff on the surface right there, right up against the bank. All right, one of these historic Guntersville put it down. Maybe too much grass. Too much grass on the surface in here. Find out. I mean, I should get a bite within the first 4 or 5 cranks, so all this other stuff I'm not too much worried about. Little slide right there. Yeah. This is not working out. Let's put the swim for a minute. Thing. You know what? Nope. I'm gonna put that away too. I'm just gonna pitch a jig down this bank. I've been thinking about it all week, just catching a big one on a jig down a bank, down a rocky bank. Let's see what happens. I might have just had one show himself. Or it might have been a turtle. Turtle, bass, it's all the same. Just go down through there and just, God almighty, this stuff is so frustrating, all this grass. Pitch this jig down this thing, see if anything comes out and decides to bite. Might even go through the other side and just fish up against the road. This is a 1/2 ounce jig with a black and blue big salty chunk from Zoom on it. I can see some of this grassies up as I get down here. It looks like it might be right about here. Might put the bait back on. Maybe not. As far as got a little color to it, so I don't feel like I gotta get real far away from them. Just there's some shad on this bank. Just kind of why, you know what? Just kind of why I wanted to fish that. That crankbait through here. There it goes. Put a little crankbait back on there and give it another whirl. Cause this ain't getting bites. Okay. You go there, you go there. Okay. Ooh. I lost my balance there for a second. And of course, my very first cast with this thing was immediately fouled by eelgrass. Okay. That is just plain not going to work. I have an idea. It's a little bit radical, but we're going to give it a try. We're just going to try a big weedless swim bait. I don't change baits a whole lot. There's too much stinking trouble. But sometimes you got to make a change. Oh goodness. Okay, there we go. Alright, let's try this little weedless swim bait right up against the wall here. Old beat up Zoom swimmer here. Better days. Pick the jig up here for a second. I just feel like that jig's gonna be the jam. Don't know why. Got no. Got no frame of reference. Now that I'm up, fish my crankbait real quick because I'm not seeing anything on the surface anymore. I'll drop my camera down and see if I can go up in there. So there you go. Let's see if that'll be low enough for us to get in there. Oh, didn't see you there.
Got one more.
Sorry about that.
Came in silent.
Huh?
I said you came in silent.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Have any luck?
Yeah, I caught a few this morning.
Good luck.
Thanks, you too. All right, there we go. Loud over here. Seeing some life along this wall. A little bit of movement here and there. Good one. Maybe one bite. Plenty of depth up in here. Pretty good one. Pretty good one right there. All right. All right, there we go. Little jig bass. Nice one. All right. On my black with blue tinsel. It might be the first, well, it's not the first fish I've ever caught on black with blue tinsel, but the first one I've caught in a long, long time with it. That was a good one. Got to slam a little steel with my jig. All right. Oh man, I was glad to get a bite on this jig. There's a lot of times in the spring, there's this weird little window where jigs are really, really good, and then it seems like the moving baits kind of take over, and it's just too much stuff on the bank to be fishing these moving baits. And I'm just glad there's one back in the back of this pocket, because there's nobody else back here. Backlash I need to get out. There we go. Just doing it old school today. Black and blue jig. Trying to fish these little places where you can tell there's been a slide. That's kind of my I say it's my sweet spot, but it's where I think the fish should be. That's where that last one was. He was on one of these little slides right there. I don't know if you can see it, but this looks like there was some big rock and it's just kind of eroded down the hill over time. Oh, Need to switch up hands on working a bait anyway from that jerk bait I've been working most of the day. Pitching the jig. These people have this little containment wall deal going on. I don't know what's up with that. I don't know if it's just a feeble attempt to keep people out or something else is happening. That's a good looking spot right there. Got another little washout there. Heavy duty there, my little half-ounce jig penetrating. Just throw it across the top and see what happens. One comes up and pounces on it through the grass. Wouldn't that be something? looks like a little slide right there. It's my kind of spot. The places where this little rock slides, you feel like there's going to be a little bit more of a shallow place, and maybe some bass will be up there trying to bed or something. Little rock slide right there. Just put it in there as silent as you can. Just work it down that slope. Some little hops. Probably looks like I'm giving it a real big hop, but it's not moving that much. Come on, Megan. Pitch it around here. Let's keep it going. Oh, sure left from there. Drop it right on one's head and just slap it. Just slurp it in. Oh, had a little bite there. Like a little brim or something pecking at it.